ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look here. Make sure everything is running the way it should. Looking good. Okay. So today we are departing from our standard massively multiplayer online other people around stuff. And the reason we're doing that is because the people who make those games are pieces of shit. And I don't necessarily mean the developers themselves. I guess I should say the people who publish those games. The people who are deciding the monetary futures of those games are some of the worst people on earth. And I can't do it anymore. So I will no longer be playing games that have in-app purchases. I will no longer be playing any game that I can't just buy and play. Preferably, if it's a multiplayer game, I want to be able to host my own session. And I will especially be looking for games that can be modded in some way. Because those games are the games that give the most power to players. And that's the future of gaming. We have generative AIs right now that are really, really good at writing code. And so infinitely more people have access to the ability to build mods and to change games to suit themselves. And so we're going to be doing some of that. We're going to be playing some games that we have a little more control over. We're going to be playing games that maybe we can have dedicated servers and stuff like that on. And if we want to play with other people, then that's how we're going to do that. I'm tired of relying on live service systems that obfuscate their operating costs in an effort to get as much money from players as they possibly can, and providing as little service as possible. So today we're going to be playing this game called Desynced. Right now I'm just playing the demo version. It's really cool to me that even though this game is in its 1.0 release, we still have access to the demo version here. In about a month, a little less than a month, I should get another disbursement from Twitch. At that point, we will either buy Desynced or some other game. And then we'll start playing that. But until then, we're going to play the demo version of Desynced. This is a play by programming game. It also has your regular RTS controls. You can control everything in this game by, just doing your drag and selecting a bunch of units and right-clicking to move them. You can build all the structures wherever you want. You can do all those things. But then on top of that, you have a visual scripting programming language that you can use to automate behaviors. And so my goal is going to be to automate everything from start to finish. We're going to completely automate the game. And the reason I want to do that is you can host multiplayer sessions and set those sessions to be PvP. So I think it'd be really cool to go head to head with some other people who also have completely automated their base, building and expansion and scouting and combat and all of that. I think it'd be really fun to maybe go up against some other people who have done some similar stuff and just kind of watch as our little programmed army of bots do its thing. So we're going to get started in a new game here, and we're going to build up our programming chops and build up some of the programs. You can copy these programs and then like paste them into new game sessions and stuff. So we're just going to kind of go through the game. We're going to learn. And then in the future, we're going to be able to just like start a new game and then load up our first little program. And then boom, things will just propagate from there. So let's take a look. So we're going to go to play here. This is all procedurally generated. So every playthrough is different. Let's see. I don't think... Yeah, I think right there is good. Hey, welcome back. What's up? This is just some bullshit. Don't really care. Cool. So yeah, we have a couple of programs that I have saved to a notepad right now. So we're going to go ahead and copy those. And we're going to paste them into our little library over here. So we're going to create an item. We're going to create a new behavior. We're going to go in there. We're going to call this the base build behavior. And then we're just going to paste this bad boy right here in there. For some reason, this label gets disconnected when I paste it, but that's fine. We'll go ahead and reconnect it there. And then we'll save and close that. And then we're going to create another new behavior. So these are behaviors that I made last night. These are the only two that I made. It took me like 8 hours to figure this shit out. So I don't really know anything about programming. This is going to be the start follow. Well, that's not true. I don't know nothing about programming, but I'm not a programmer. So these are going to be the start follows. So this is what we're going to do here. So the way this works is very much like Command and Conquer and other RTS games, where you start out with this command center vehicle, and it can move around. And when it moves around, you can choose where to set it up, and then it like unfolds into your command center. And so I don't even want to do that part manually, right? I want to do that part automatically as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set its integrated behavior to the base build behavior that we just made. And you'll see over here, we've got our integrated behavior controller. We've got a little play button. As soon as we press that play button, it's going to trigger. So then we want to go ahead. We should have a scout and 2 engineers. So there's our scout. We want to set its integrated behavior to the start follow behavior. We want to set this dude's integrated behavior to the start follow behavior. And then if I can find, there's my other engineer. We're going to set him up with the start follow behavior as well. I should have played all of these, but we're going to hit play. We're going to hit play. We're going to hit play. And now you see my dudes are constantly following. Uh-oh. Oh, nope, we're fine. My dudes are constantly going to follow my command center now. And so now I can go ahead and start the behavior. And now my command center is going to start running through its behavior and looking for a place to set up my initial base. Now let's go take a look. We're going to go into edit or modify code here, and you'll see the logic it's going through. But what it's looking for right now is it's looping through. It's checking to see if it's moving. If it is moving, it pauses. And as soon as it stops moving, it continues through. But it's checking to see if it's got a lot of metal and crystal right next to a spot. And if it finds a spot where there's a lot of metal and crystal, then it sets up. If it doesn't, then it moves randomly to a space that's plus or minus 10 vertical and horizontal axis. And so if we go back out here and we go find it, hey, look at that. So it found itself a little spot. It's got a lot of metal right here, and it's got a lot of crystal right here. And then you'll see I've got my engineers, I've got my scout, now I've got a couple of runners, because when the structure builds, you get those runners. Everything is actually looking pretty washed out. That's because of my game settings. Let me take a look at my OBS real quick and see how we're doing on that. Everything seems to be fine. We don't seem to be having any issues. So let's adjust our settings a little bit. We're actually running at 30 frames right now. Maybe we should put that, we'll leave it at 30. Because this game isn't super active, so I don't think more than 30 frames is going to be all that necessary. And that really helps with the load. So let's maybe bump this up to medium. We'll still turn the shadows off. Well, the shadows are really... Okay, let's take that back to low, and then let's take the shadows to medium. There we go. Because the shadows are really what kind of gives everything that definition. That looks way better. Dope. Okay, so we've got our structure built. Now we can pause this anytime we want. And we're going to right now. Because now we have a really, really daunting task. And that is to get our next program built to get our base started. And this is a huge task. So what we need our next program to do is, gosh, do I even want to spend all that time? Or do I just want to manually do it? I really, really want to program everything. But I mean, it's going to take me probably all stream just to get one little thing set up. But fuck it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, so what we need to do here is we need to decide what needs to come next in our build. And there's a couple of things. So we need two structures. We need to equip this fabricator. We need to get all the stuff out of the drop pod. So this drop pod drops you a couple of things. So we need to go get all that, which we probably want to do with the scout. We need to equip our fabricator. Our fabricator will allow us to do some stuff. We also probably need to equip our scout with our small advanced turret. So I think the thing we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to work with the scout next, because the scout has a lot of opportunity to move around and do stuff for us. So we want to build a program for our scout that will go get everything out of this drop pod and bring it back here, and that will get the advanced turret out of our drop pod, or out of our command center, and equip it. So let's see if we can figure out how to make that happen. We're going to go to library. We're going to create a new behavior. We're going to go in here and we're going to do scout base start. Okay, perfect. So first we need to find the drop pod. So everything in this game that you own is called a unit. Your buildings are units. Your little gadget dudes are units. So everything's a unit. So if you're looking for a unit, whether it be a building or a drone, you're gonna call it the same thing, right? All the stuff that has to do with units is right in here. So this get closest unit node allows you to get the closest unit of a specific type. So I'm going to see if I can find, does the drop pod exist as a unit? I don't think it does. I might not be able to, oh, there it is. So we want the closest drop pod. That output is going to be turned into a variable A. And that's it. Well, so it's got to be a drop pod. And variable A. And so we're going to take that closest drop pod and we're going to get inventory item. Okay. So we're going to get the inventory item. Loop inventory slots. Oh, here's a good one. Can I loop? Is this just my inventory slots? I think it is. Inventory finished loop. Items reserved for outgoing order or recipe. Items available. Okay, so these are the outputs. Okay, but here's the unit. Got it. Okay, so we are going to loop through. So on the left side here, you have inputs. On the right side, you have outputs. So if I go into this unit, and I can loop its inventory slots, that means I'm going to get what's in the inventory, reserved, unreserved, whether or not the space is reserved or unreserved, and I'm going to get its index. And so I need that index to get the inventory item. So we're going to find the nearest drop pod. We're going to loop through its inventory. Every inventory slot, we're going to get the index of that slot. And then we're going to get that item. And then if it has no item, that's fine. And if we get the item, that's fine. We're going to go back. And so it's going to do that entire loop. And once it's done with that loop, can we deliver? Let's look at item. We can drop off items. And we have to pick a destination. Okay. Yeah. So in order to drop off items, we're going to need to get the closest unit again. And we just duplicate this? Whatever. We'll go ahead and get. We're going to get the closest unit of the type command center. We're going to save that. Its output is going to be the unit we need. So we've got C, we've got destination, we've got drop-off items, now I don't have, so we're also going to need to loop through our own inventory. So we're going to loop inventory slots of our own unit. So in order to do that, we're going to have to get self. So we need a reference to ourselves so that we can get this result output. So this is going to be the D variable. Variables are not named super well in this game. And you can't, oh, I guess you can rename them. Holy shit. This whole time. Do I have to rename the variable right there? Right click to rename. Okay. So I can rename these variables anytime I want. That is huge. That's really huge. Yeah, so we're going to get the drop pod, not the drop pod, the command center. That command center isn't getting used until over here. We're going to get our self. We're going to move that right here. That self reference is going to loop through its inventory. And then we're going to drop off our items in that. And then that's a new, I assume this is the item and amount. So whatever's in the inventory is going into this thing. And then it's going to keep going and keep going and keep going. And then when it's done, we actually just want to exit this program because it only needs to run the one time. Nope. That one. Not that one. Okay. Once it's all done. You motherfucker. Alright, so once it finishes up, it's going to exit right out of there. Now, the likelihood that this works on the first try is just about fucking zero. But we're going to go to our scout here. We're going to select a behavior. We're going to get scout base start. And we're going to play it. And we're going to see what happens. It's probably getting stuck right here. Okay. So here's the problem, is it's not seeing a drop pod near its location because the drop pod is too far away. Its visual range is only like 15. Oh, we're also paused. Actually, let's unpause and see if it finds it. Okay, it's still stuck. Oh, you know what? My problem is I can't... Yeah, I can't get this. Because I'm not moving. So let's stop it. We actually need a move to. So move unit. So this is weirdly named. It says move unit, so it feels like it should move my unit, but it actually means move to unit. So we're going to go ahead and move this whole thing over this way. And we're going to put move unit right in here. Whoops. There we go. And we're going to pick a target, which is that right there. So let's read the documentation here. Target unit to move to. Unit, target unit. I mean, whatever. I guess we'll make that, but well, we'll just leave it like that. And then we're actually going to need the same move unit when we find this right here. So let's go ahead and drag all these. Let's shift this whole thing that way. And then let's bammo, put this right in the middle of that. And then we move to there. Gravy. It's a little messy, but I'm not a programmer. Yo, what's up, Master of Light? So now we can go ahead and exit out of here. We can go to our scout. We can tell it to run that program and see if that works. It doesn't appear to be working. It's still stuck in the same little area here. Did you see they nerfed livid farms? I don't know what the heck a livid farm is. Magic minigame to unlock new spells. Yeah, I was unaware that that was even a thing. Honestly, at this point, I have no faith in Jagex to make even a single good decision about the future of their game. I was so excited when I started playing that game, and I'm just so fucking disappointed now. What a travesty. This is very difficult. Okay, so if I can't find the drop pod, then I need to go look for it. So let's do this. Then let's go back into our library. Let's go back into base build. And let's take a look at our moving logic. Right, so if if can we just copy this little bit? Hey, copy the selected nodes. And then we go back to scout base start. We pop those bad boys in there. So let's take a look. We're looking for this. If we don't find this, we want to move. So we need to compare units. Shift all this way. Move this there. Okay. Whoops. Much better. We need to actually put... This actually has to exist. That's the item we need to get. Please go back. Okay, whatever. Stay out there like that then. So now we're comparing if this unit is different. Okay, so if what it feeds me is equal to 0, then we need to move. If it's not equal to 0, then we need to do that right there. Right? That seems right to me. All right, let's save all that. And let's go to our scout. It's already running the behavior. But it doesn't appear to be moving. Does that mean it's actually getting? I think it is actually getting. So what if we just put that right there? Was that everything we needed? No, it's still not moving. But it does appear that it is actually figuring out that there's a drop pod. Right? Because if it was feeding me nothing, then it would be moving. But it's still skipping to go through, which means what it's feeding me is different than a null value. Interesting. So why isn't it moving? Do I maybe need to put this in the go-to? What about that? Invalid parameter. Okay, let's close that. Let's stop that. And let's look at the other follow logic that I previously had. It was pretty simple. We just figured out what the object was, and then we just followed it. There was nothing else involved. We just follow that bad boy over and over. Interesting. If I click stop in here, does it only stop this one, or does it stop everything that's running that? Looks like just that one. I'm having a really hard time here. It's that thing where you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. If you don't get all the steps exactly right, you end up with a ham and cheese. And I don't want a ham and cheese. I want a peanut butter and jelly. So we don't need that reference. We're not ever moving. But it does seem to be finding that reference. we should be able to just boom move to target. Right, because that's not... When we look in these, that reference never goes to the go-to register. So that's fine. It should be able to just go to as soon as it picks it up. Oh, so this is its radar range. I wonder if there's a way to see its visual range. It seems to be using... Okay, so it's just always activating its radar. That's interesting. I wish I could see the unit's visual range. I wonder if there's a way to do that. I wonder. Hmm. Oh, that's nice. It's telling me where the pod is ejected at. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, let's try something just to test, because I don't exactly know where my logic went wrong. Let's move our scout closer to our drop pod and see. Okay, so it did have something to do with the visual range. It was not moving to the drop pod. And now it's not picking up my items. What if we take away that reference? And then play it. Okay. We are not getting the inventory. Boy, howdy. This is turning out to be way more difficult than I thought. When I was playing last night, I was fucking around with some of this, just trying to learn, and I was feeling like I was kind of getting a handle on it. But every time you try and come up with like a new thing, um, you keep running into these problems that you didn't really foresee. And everything just needs new concepts, new logic. And I just don't know what to do about it. What is the problem? We're going through all those things. It tries to get the inventory item. It kind of stalls there and then goes to done. It doesn't seem like it's looping that. Oh, that's because we're getting the item. This is just a reference that we're getting to an item in our own inventory. That's why that's not working. Duh. That makes sense. Can I let's see. It wasn't deliver. Let's see. Get inventory item is the reference. Inventory total. Let's see. Item, count item, drop off items, pick up items. This is the one that we want. Pick up items. We want. So every time we loop through, we want this item or amount, and we want it from that unit, right? Source is the unit, item is the items and the amount to pick up. Perfect. So now what this is saying is we're going to go through, we're going to loop through all the inventory slots in this item or this unit, which is my drop pod. And then we don't need the reference to the index. We just need a reference to the inventory, which is, if we look in here, I think inventory is the item and value, I believe. I think these two are the same, item amount and inventory. So we take that. We should now take everything. So let's apply and close that. Let's hit our scout. Let's hit play. Boom. There it is. And so now we've actually ended the thing. It should have tried to find the command center and failed at that. Which is unfortunate. Because we're too far away. So we could do the same manual thing here. And we could drive it over this way so that it gets closer. And then we'll see if our logic was right. It's getting stuck. Because it can't ever finish this. So what if that went there instead? I guess if we put that there, that would work. At this point, we've totally broken the logic, though. Oop, that didn't work. Okay. So the moving thing never actually worked. Which is unfortunate. But once it finishes here, hmm. So this all has to run in a single go, or it doesn't work, like at all, the way it's set up. Let's see. I feel like the way it's set right now would work. Honestly, I don't even need this or even this. I could just skip that and go straight to that. And if I set this up exactly like this, then I could just run this script at the beginning. And then instead of an exit up here, we could just tell it to load the follow script. So we can load behaviors and completely change what a behavior is. So we select the subroutine, we use start follow, we select the unit, which is the self reference, and then we just load that bad boy in there, and it would start the start follow. And because we know at the beginning that the drop pod and the other one, the command center, are right next to each other, is this the right command center? Or do I need... Is there like a vehicle command center? I don't think there is. I wonder... I think that's the right one. So we could just do that and then just run it at the start and put all this stuff in the command center. And then I wouldn't need any of that. And I wouldn't need that. So let's save this. Let's go ahead and copy that to our clipboard. We're going to go into our notepad to make sure. We're going to type in scout start here. We're going to paste that. And then we're going to restart this whole thing. So restart game, yes. So we go back to the beginning. We go into our library. Our library is empty. So we're going to create new behaviors. We're going to go in here. We're going to call it Scout Start. We're going to paste what we've got here. Make sure it's all good. I think it's all good. Dope. We're going to save that. We're going to create a new item, create a new behavior. We're going to go in there. We're going to put start follow. Okay. Oh, you know what we're going to have to do, actually, is we're going to have to reconnect that reference to the start follow. I'm not going to like that. Because that'll be wrong right now. So we apply that in close. We go to the scout start and we look at what it's trying to do. And it doesn't have anything selected. And you have to come and manually select that start follow. There's no way to programmatically make it choose. You just have to select it. That's crazy. There is no way to change the way that's selected because there's no input for that. I can't pull it from a different robot. I can't do anything. So that always has to be reselected no matter what, which is unfortunate. And this is base build. Okay. And then we're going to go copy paste that bad boy. And then as always, we got to go back down here. For some reason, this breaks. And this is just so if it gets stuck, it jumps down here and does the move logic again. Because we don't want it getting stuck. But that's all three of our existing plans. So we go in here. We want to go to this scout. We want to load a new behavior. We want to do scout start. And I want to run it. I want to see what happens. So we go over there. We pick up those. We see the command center. We're not dropping off. The command center has spaces. So it should be dropping off. So something... Ooh. It didn't drop off. And then it started doing its follow. So it did jump to the follow logic. Let's stop that. Let's go back in here. To that right there. Wrong one. Let's go back in here to scout start. And let's take a look. So we've got that. We've got move to. We've got get self. We loop self's inventory. We drop off items to our destination. Okay. How does our drop off differ? Destination item, destination item. Hey, what's up, Slate? Yeah, I'm a big fan of the automated stuff. And this is kind of the ultimate version of that, right? I am kind of doing things the hard way. So the thing that I like about this game, I think, is that you don't have to use the programming. You can just use this little area of like network, and you can let things kind of automatically do things. You can use some really, really basic logic for picking stuff up and moving it around. And you can, manually move your characters around and stuff. And that's really cool. Or you can go in and you can program every single little bit of it, which is ultimately what I want to do. Because I think it'd be really cool. You can set up network games, like you can host a game, and then you can PvP each other. And I actually think it'd be really cool to write programs that sort of self-propagate and build up big bases and scout the map and then PvP other people who have also built programs to try and get that done. Because you could do fun stuff, like in StarCraft, you've got Zerg rushing and different things like that. There's actually another game that's fairly similar called Screep's Arena that's very much the same thing. You write JavaScript programs, and then you can fight other JavaScript programs. Um, and I thought that was really cool too. And then it even has like an MMO version where there's this whole Screep thing, like this massive MMO world, and you can build program things using JavaScript. And then, you can go take over other people's territory and all kinds of different stuff with your little Screep code thing. But it's got some god awful monetization that annoyed me. So we're going to do this one instead. Right now, we're just playing the demo version of this game, but I get a disbursement from Twitch next month, so then we'll probably buy it or buy some other game. But I'm pretty much, I think, done with the whole MMO scene. I love MMOs, but they've just become this predatory cesspool of monetization, and I just don't think I can fucking deal with it anymore. It's literally driving me insane. So I'm going to start playing games where I can just buy them and then they just are mine. And then, if I can host dedicated sessions or something like that, like with Roamstead, then we can do that and we can play multiplayer that way. But I'm just tired. I'm so tired of MMOs. I'm so tired of live service. It's literally the fucking worst. But I'm having a little trouble. I want my scout to drop off my stuff, and I don't know why it isn't. So let's go back into our scout start here. We are dropping off to our command center. It must not be picking up. Yeah, okay. So this is a different unit reference. That's what happened. So our scout here is pulling this command center reference instead of this command center reference. Okay. Wrong command center. So now let's go back to our scout. Let's see if we can salvage this particular run. If not, then we'll go back and restart. I have a feeling yeah, if there's no drop pod, it gets stuck in this loop, unfortunately. We could probably fix that. Let's try and fix that. So let's stop this and let's get a compare. We're going to compare unit right here. Boom. If it's equal, it's going to go here. So we're going to compare these two. If they're equal, it goes there. If they're different, it's going to go right there. Right? Surely that'll work. I hit the play button, and boom. It delivered all its stuff. Why didn't it deliver the fabricator? That's weird. It delivered everything else. And now it's on its follow logic. That's so strange. Why didn't it give? Interesting. Well, now that it's doing its follow logic, I suppose we can just add our follow logic to all the rest of these. So that one starts following. Where's my other engineer? And this one starts following. And this one gets the base build behavior and goes. And so now, oh, this one's turned off. Follow. All right, so now everything's going to follow my command center until it finds a place that's good enough to go ahead and set up its base. And we're just going to watch it. And this is what I really enjoy about this game. Is like I made this happen, right? I programmed it out and said, hey, you know, these are the parameters for what makes a good base spot. If you can find those parameters, go ahead and set up a base. If you can't, then don't. Probably going to set up. Yep, it's about to find a good spot right here. Bammo. Because we got metal and we got crystal. And so its parameters are, it's got to find like 20,000 crystal and 20,000 metal within its visual range, within its scan range here. And then once it does that, then it sets up shop. So the next thing we need to do is we need to equip. So we've got all this stuff here. For some reason, we even have a metal ore. I don't even know where that came from. But we need to start equipping and building. A lot of this early game stuff is going to be pretty deterministic and very hard-coded because there are certain steps that you have to take at the beginning of the game so that you can even do anything else. So one of the first steps you have to do is you have to equip this fabricator, and then you have to use this fabricator to craft the next type of thing. So let's go into our program here. We're going to create a new item, create a new behavior. We're going to go in and we're going to command start base. Okay. And so when our command starts base, we need to equip a fabricator. And then once we equip our fabricator, Oh, this is interesting. So null means 0 in this game. So if I don't change the slot index, it will likely always put it in the first one. Things might get a little interesting with that. We're going to have to keep an eye out. So we're going to equip that, and then we're going to there's no craft, there's no build. What is it called? Check. We've got the equipment, or we've got the component equipped. We can set a value to a component. So to the fabricator, we want to set the value craft the assembler, right? And then I think we want to exit. All right, let's save all that. Let's go to our command center. Let's set command start base, and let's run it. Boom, it set it up there. It set up the fabricator. And now it needs resources. Okay, so you can't make the fabricator until you build the base. So you get this thing, this deployer. And it's got a 1x1 building in it. Oh my goodness. This is so hard. Because I don't want to hard code too many things. So what do we do here? We've got all of our things right next to stuff. What do we do? Yeah, this game, so the hardest thing that you can program in this game is actually building the base. A lot of other things in this game are looping, right? So if you want to build certain resources or units or things like that, you can just loop those behaviors and let them sort of sort themselves out. What you can't do is just loop behaviors. Well, I mean, you can, but setting up behaviors to have people or have units or have structures built on the grid somewhere, and to be able to adapt those things being built to whatever the terrain might be. For example, in this build, right, specifically on this map, my command center has been built here. So all of these squares over here, you can't build on. So I can't tell my program to build my first building, like down to from, or actually it's plus this way, plus this way, plus this way. So I can't like say +2 from the command center's location, build that first building, because it's entirely possible that I get into a map sometime where +2 is a crystal or a metal or something like that, where I can't build. And so that's not automated, right? Then I have to go in and change that. Now, it is possible to check if you can build somewhere. So you could change things based on that. But it's all it's really complex relationships and math. And I'm not good at math. So we're going to have some trouble working some of that stuff out. So, okay. So this thing that we just did, where we equipped this and started it creating this, is not necessarily what we want to do here. The first thing we want to do is we want our scout to come get this and deploy it on this grid, on the logistics grid. And then we want to equip, so this right here, this fabricator needs to also get equipped to that building. And then it needs to be set because these fabricators can build. So right now this fabricator's trying to build this, but it can build, oh, so these are what I need, right? I need those metal bars so that I can make, oh no, I have metal bars. So I need to just make, okay, so I made a mistake. I just need to make 5 metal plates. So instead of setting it up to make the fabricator first, I actually just need to set this up to make this other thing. So we can go in here, we can go command start base, we can go instead of setting that, we want to set this, and then we just want to make 5 of them. And then once we make 5 of those, we want to set to component again, and then we want to make 1 of these. Or do we want to make 1 of these? We want to make 1 of these. And then we also want to make one of these. All right. So let's save all that. Let's run this shit. Nope. It just went through everything. Okay. Let's see if there's any is. Is docked, is equipped, is item slot locked, is moving, is unit, set logistics, is passable, is empty, is researched, compare register. So we're setting this. And then while it's making these, I need it to stop and wait. And I don't want to hard code. We don't want to hard code the timer, right? We could do that. But if we do that, then we're only ever going to be able to make 5. We're only ever going to be able to make. So while it's doing a thing, get from component, set to a component, unequipped component, wait component. Boom. So we're waiting. And we're going to do it every time. Okay. The component we're waiting on is the fabricator, is the fabricator, is the fabricator. And then we save and exit that. And then we have it play. And now it's waiting. And it's making, ooh. Okay. I don't like that. So it made 1. And then as soon as it was done, it moved on. Interesting. So how do I make it make all 5 of these? We wait until it's no longer working. So we don't do it right away. We wait until it stops doing work. So we're building the 5 things. We're waiting on this component. When this component is no longer working, we move on. Now we save. Now we play. Nope. Okay. That's not correct. Let's see. Compare unit, compare item, compare register, loop equipped components, loop unlocked components, has like component, compare number, get from component, set component. Okay, none of that works. This wait should be it. Let's go down to the component here. Deploy held unit, no, mine, radar, set sign post, wait component. Hmm. We're in a bad way here. I don't understand how to make this wait thing work. It's upsetting me. Anybody else know? Anybody got the magic sauce here? I really thought this not working thing was the answer. Maybe it's both of them. Maybe we gotta hook it all the way up. What do you think? It'd be really stupid if that works. Nope. I didn't think so. Okay. How do we wait? Is there a manual loop? Loop units, loop inventory, loop number. There we go. We're gonna go loop number. We're gonna put it right here. We're gonna take that out. That no longer matters. This now goes here. These other ones don't need to loop because they're only making one. So we'll loop through here from, what is it, 1 to 5? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So we'll do that. Then I don't even think I need to set this value. Can I just do that? And then once it loops 5 times, I believe this is the start value. No, that's the start. Okay, and then it just tells you the current value. And then as soon as it's done, step, increment step, use -1 or 1 based on inputs. Okay, so we'll do 1 step here. So it's going to increment. It's going to start at 1. Every time it does it, it's going to step up 1. And then we should be good. So we'll save it just like that. We'll go in here. We'll play that bad boy. It should trigger. What does it need? Oh, okay. So it has more than it thinks it wants in storage already. So this is an absolute maximum. So when we go here and we do this value, we only want 5. And then okay. So it's going to make one, and then it's going to kind of go back through that. And once it already has 5, okay. And now why can't we make this? Oh, because we need at least 1. Okay, so this value needs to say 1. This value will also need to say 1. Because that's how many of those we're making. Now, it's trying to make 5 again. Okay, so this value could also have been 1. It just couldn't make it because the value said 0. So now we need some sort of breakout. So if it's not working, that's interesting. If it's not working, it should already be moving on. So I don't think I understand what that not working thing means. Let's see if we can figure it out. If we open this up, execution path if the component isn't currently working. Okay, so it counts as working. If it's waiting, which is interesting. There's no breakout logic here. So we set the component. And if the component runs into a problem where it can't craft the thing, then it locks. And so we need some breakout logic. If for some reason, missing ingredient. Okay, let's see if there's anything in here. Loop repair ingredients, loop recipe ingredients. Okay, so I could loop the recipe ingredients. And if I don't have them, break out. That's a lot, but it might be necessary. In the future, it's definitely going to be necessary. Because one day we want this to be able to make decisions, right? There's going to be a lot of stuff in the future going on of pulling in data and then parsing that data, deciding how many warrior drones do I have? How many mining platforms do I have? How many of certain resources do I have? And then deciding based on those numbers, right? If I have less of a certain resource, then I can go, set up a new mining platform or something like that. So there's going to be sort of this my command platform, my command base is going to go through this logic of getting information from as many of my structures and my units as possible, and then using that to trigger actions. Build a new drone, equip it with a certain set of gear, and then send it to a place to go do a thing. And then once it gets done with whatever the thing is, it's going to come back And when it comes back, it's going to, report some information or something. But that's all super complicated endgame shit. For now, I just need to get the most basic part of the base built, and it's kicking my ass. This should work now. We could restart, and this would run, and it would make all of these components, and that would be great. What is this? Stale order. I wonder, can I check for that? Can I check for a stale order? Nope. Bummer. Okay, so the other thing that I want to check here. God, this is... This is difficult. Because I don't actually want it to build these bars, right? Because this isn't the goal. What I want to build is this assembler. So all of this is wrong, right? We want to build this. And in order to build that, we need to first... Okay, I hate you. We need to first loop through our possible whatever. We need to loop through the recipe. Loop recipe ingredients. And the recipe is this right here. The ingredient is right here. So this is actually going to be on the done, not on that. Right? So we're going to loop through the ingredient. And then we're going to see. We're going to count. Item to count. Number of this item in inventory or empty if none exists. The unit to check if not self. Okay, so nothing means self. That's nice. So I don't have to get the self reference. So we've got our ingredient. Our ingredient here is probably not just the item. It is probably also the value. So I might need to separate. If we separate a register here, we will probably get the item ID and the number. Hang on. No. All right, we're checking this register. We just need the number. And then we need to compare the value of this result with the value of this number. Why are both of these C? If equal, we want to be done. No, if equal, we go back. If different, we craft the item. So we're going to set our component. So if they're different, we're going to set whatever the ingredient is to the component that we started with. Is there a way we've got subtract, so we can subtract this value from this value. And that result gives us how many we need. Then we should be able to loop a number of times. We need from 1 to the result of that subtract. And we're going to step by 1. And then we wait for the component. Now we've got a loop inside of a loop here. We're waiting for the same component. And it's going to go back and make another one. When it's done, it goes back to the beginning of this loop to reset a new. Okay. Let's find out. Okay. I think it actually did the thing. Yeah, now the only thing it's short is crystals. I could have sworn that we had crystals. Maybe I'm smoking crack. But I definitely thought that we had crystals. Let's stop this. I could have sworn I had crystals. Okay. So that's a go fuck yourself moment. So we need crystals. In order to get crystals, we need to build, or we need to mine. We have 2 engineers. Our engineers each have mining lasers. I don't actually want to use the engineers to mine. And the reason that I don't want to use the engineers to mine is there's actually a really cool thing you can do where you can mine with buildings, right? I can put a building down over here and equip a mining laser to it and just buzzsaw that whole area. And that's really cool. So, what I probably want to do is I want to find the location. I want to find the node with the most resources. And then I want to build a base right next to that. Build a structure right next to that. And then I want to equip it with a mining laser or a miner. I don't have the lasers yet. And then man, it's so hard. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's so hard. Just getting the most basic thing to happen is really complicated. I'm going to use the restroom real quick and open up a window because it's getting a little warm. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ouch. I just banged my head. So, time to consider what it is we need and what it is we have access to right out of the gate. So I think we need to restart here. So let's hit the old restart game button. Eventually we'll get to a point where restarting won't really be necessary. But this first part is really important because you have a certain amount of resources and the game expects you to do certain things. So we actually don't have any crystal. I definitely thought that we started with some crystal. So we can't even build this. So the first thing we have to do is we absolutely have to build this building from this deployer here. We don't really have a choice. And we have to set it up next to some crystal. Ah, crap. When I restarted, I deleted all of my programs. And I didn't save that other program. Oh no. Dookie. Fucking Dookie. That's okay. I don't mind. I'm not gonna cry. You're gonna cry. Okay. So let's get our stuff. We need to paste these bad boys in there. I wonder if I could like... How did I get... Oh, because this one calls this one? Ooh, okay. See, that's super important. So earlier, I was having a problem because this behavior was called, this behavior was loaded by... Ooh, that's interesting. So here's another thing I want to check. So you can add parameters here, and these parameters are pretty cool because they allow you to pass in different stuff. So like I'm calling a different behavior down here, and if I call that behavior and that behavior has parameters, then over here I get additional parameters that I can add. So instead of just calling this behavior on this specific unit, I can go ahead and... Oh, I don't have to get a reference to self here. All of these, when they say unit, this one doesn't say unless self. But like this one says unless self. That's interesting. So I might be able to get rid of this reference. I'd have to check. But that could be interesting. Okay, anyway. So these parameters can be passed in. So you could use like variables from this one to pass in. So basically they're method calls, right? And so you can use them in this object-oriented way. And so I didn't realize that this loaded behavior was also being saved as part of this bigger behavior. Now, I am a little concerned that I'm going to have what is the language? It's just a visual scripting language from inside the game. It's not like a standard. It's not like Screeps where you use JavaScript. It's just this visual scripting language. I don't know what the underlying language is, or if there even is one, or what it was programmed in, or whatever. I'm not a programmer. I don't actually know shit. I'm just kind of making shit up as I go here. So I took one JavaScript class in college 20 years ago. Python and C. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, no, this is just a game. No, you're good. I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to knock somebody from not speaking perfectly a second language um, when I barely speak one. So, yeah, but so this is a game that it's called Desynced. And so you can manually move all these characters around, right? It's just an RTS factory building, regular game. But then inside of that, you have the ability to program all of these behaviors using the visual scripting language. So what I'm trying to do is do everything with that scripting and set it all up to build its own base and eventually expand and explore. And it's going to be really complicated and it's going to really stretch my understanding of programming. But that's kind of the point. So it's been really fun so far. I've managed to get a couple of things to work. So we're going to go ahead and set up the behavior here. We want scout base start. Then we've got our engineer over here who is going to start with his integrated behavior. And this engineer here is going to start with his integrated behavior. And then we just need to bring in our other integrated behavior. So we want to paste this item. And then actually I want to go into this and I want to see, nice. So this label is also no longer broken if I bring it in through that paste. So that's cool. So now we can go over here to our command center and we can set up its integrated behavior. And that's the base build behavior. And so now I have all of my starting behaviors for all of my things. So the first thing I want to do is I want to trigger my scout. My scout's going to come over here to my drop pod and pull everything out of it. And then it's going to go over to my command center and deposit all of my things. At least it was supposed to. It did not. So it skipped depositing and moved straight on to following. I think I forgot to save it again after I fixed whatever was wrong with it a moment ago. But that's fine. So now it's switched its behavior to do its follow behavior. And so now I can turn on the other two. We'll turn on our engineer there. And then we'll come over here, we'll turn on our engineer. And now everything is following my command center. And now my command center, when I turn them on, like last time, is going to search the immediate area to see if it has the resources I need to start, which is metal and crystal. If it doesn't find 20,000 metal and 20,000 crystal, then it moves. It moves randomly, 10 spaces on the Y and 10 spaces on the X axis. So sometimes it goes back and redoes places. There are some algorithms and stuff that you could use to better that. I could like scan for crystal and then go there and then do the check. You know, there are some different ways that I could do it instead of just random guess and check. But like I said, I'm not a programmer, so random guess and check is kind of as good as I'm going to get. I think it probably found a spot here. It did. And so now we've got our command center down. I'm actually really proud of the fact that this works and that I can get the command center set. Like, really, really proud of that fact. And so now you'll see we've got trees in the way, but we got a lot of metal right over here. We've got a ton of crystal right over here. So the next thing we need to do is we need for our scout, who is right here, to use this deployer to deploy a structure near these crystals that can get a miner placed on it. And if I can place a miner on there, then we'll be good. So this scout radar, short range detection of resources and other objects in the world. I actually want to look at this a little bit. So I have this might end up being this scout could end up being a really good place for me to go create some of these buildings and stuff. I didn't realize that it has this radar and it detects those resources. I wish it showed me its range. Oh, its range is 30. Okay. So it has a massive range. So let's look at what some of the calls for the radar might be. Let's create a new item. We're creating a new behavior. We're going to go right in there. We're going to do scout mining structures. Okay. So that's going to be the name of this little method. And then we want to look at the radar. So this one, scan for the closest unit that matches the filters. So this is not the proper radar. This one doesn't require scans. This instruction does not require a radar component to be equipped. So I do have a radar component. So how moves in a scouting pattern, moves in a random direction, a specified amount. Oh, that's interesting. Can I set the component to something? Let's go ahead and save and leave there. And let's pick our scout, and let's move our scout out where we can see him a little better. And then, let's see. Search filter is required to return a radar result. Click to choose from inventory items or information icons. Okay, cool. So I can choose for it to return Okay. Can I pick that up? No. So this allows us but it seems like it's only finding the nearest one. So this one's saying not. Interesting. Interesting. So we should be able to set this component to this crystal chunk. So that would give us a way to identify. But all that's doing is getting the nearest one, I think. So let's move it over here and then let's see. Yeah, so now it's getting this big one. So what I want is I want the biggest one in the radar range. And I don't know if that's possible. I think it only finds the nearest one. And that's not really ally owned units and buildings owned by your faction, enemy world. Ooh. Finds building, finds mineable object, finds resource object, finds dropped items. Oh, these are really cool. Finds all moving objects. Finds buildings that are shut down. Finds things that are heavily damaged. Ooh. Oh my gosh, there's so much cool shit in here. Limit the range of this search. Interesting. Object type. Specify the numerical value returned by the radar. Hmm. I wonder if I can loop a radar. Let's take a look here. What are our loopables? Unstoppable. Loop equipped components, loop units in range, loop inventory slots, loop number, loop producers, loop research, loop signal, loop unlocked components, loop the memory array. This is interesting. Because I don't know if that radar is creating a memory array. Right? It might only be showing me the nearest one. And if it's only showing me the nearest one, then I can maybe loop through all of them. So how would I do that? I need the component. Okay. I need to get a value from the component. So the component I'm looking for is the scout radar. The value I'm looking for is right here. Is that I might have to look this up because I don't know. Desynced is scout radar a memory array? Is there maybe a way to make an array? Nope. Oh, hang on. Memory get, memory insert, memory length, loop memory, memory remove, memory set. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. This is exciting. So now we have the ability to save values. Get, set, remove, loop, length, insert. Which one of these creates? Fudge knockers. I don't understand. It's so hard. Why does anybody become a programmer? Oh my goodness. This is the worst. I have never felt so stupid in my entire life. Okay. Well, we have this value, right? Which is cool. We have a value. We're never going to make it. I'm never going to succeed at this. ever. Ever, ever, never. Okay. So we have the value, which is the crystal and its number. So I guess we could check if the nearest this wouldn't be perfect, but we could check that value against a number like, say, 5,000. And if it's not a crystal with more than, say, 5,000 crystals, then we move on. We'll just tell it to move randomly and check again. And if it ever finds one that's more than 5,000 crystals in it, then it goes there, deploys the thing, and equips the mining laser. So then we need to compare. Compare this register. So if this register is not greater than or equal to 5,000 crystal, can we do if equal or greater? Why is it just if equal? I feel like, here we go. Compare number. I might need to split this. So we might need to separate the register. And then we'll just separate this register. We need its number value. We're going to compare it to 5,000. Okay, this creates a problem. Because this would also mean if there was metal resources, it would also, which maybe that's okay. Maybe we just want to go everywhere we can where there's 5,000 of a resource and then make the thing. But here's the problem. So one of the things we need to do. Okay. So we want lots of resources being gathered all the time. And so one of the things that we're going to want is we're going to want to put down mining structures at all of those resource nodes. So I probably want to save. Okay. So here's what we want. we want to tether this unit to the base. We don't ever want it to leave. We want to tether this to the logistics. The logistics network. We don't ever want it to leave the logistics network. And so the way we're going to do that is we're going to let it run around and find resources completely willy-nilly. If it finds a resource, it's going to go to that resource. It's going to check if it's on the logistics network. If it's not on the logistics network, it's going to go back to the base. It's going to return home. And then it's going to start like a sweep from there again. And every time it gets off the logistics network, it'll come back to the home again and start over. And then as the logistics network expands, this thing will sort of gradually expand out with it and continue to build structures that harvest resources. Hey, what's up, Cristocho? We are currently playing a game called Desynced. It's a factory builder RTS kind of a thing. But so you can play it super normal, where you just like right click things and move stuff around and play it just like a normal RTS. Or if you want to be a psycho, it has a scripting language. And you can make that. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to script everything to build this space autonomously. Because I'm a psycho. There is a tutorial. The tutorial does not really touch on the scripting language. The scripting language itself is extremely poorly documented. I can bring stuff out here, and I can get a little bit of information down here, but there's not really a resource online anywhere that sort of talks about the functionality of each of these nodes. So it's fairly guess and check. It is. It has been a lot of fun. I spent 7 or 8 hours yesterday getting to where I am right now, which is basically, it's kind of sad, but I made it so you start out a lot like you do in the old Command and Conquer games, or like StarCraft, where you have like a unit that turns into your command center. And so I actually started like over here. Yeah, actually right here. And so I set up a program that made all of my regular starter units follow my command center unit. And then my command center unit drove around kind of randomly until it found a location where it had lots of metal and lots of crystal. And then it assembled itself. That's as far as I've gotten in like 8 hours. So it's been a good time. We're struggle bussing it. It is also multiplayer. I'm not currently playing multiplayer because I need to learn what to do, but you can host a session and multiple people can play. You can be the same faction, so you can all like work on the same structures and all have control over all the same structures and stuff, which is really cool. Or you can have different factions and you can even PvP each other. So the thing that I really want to do is I want to build like a fully automated, expanding, exploring, building, like AI in the game. And then I want to go PvP other people who have also built automated systems. Because I feel like that would be fucking dope. Um, Honestly, what we should do, is we should do this collaboratively. That's actually a great idea. What am I thinking? I need to check something real quick. Um, well, I'll do it after. But so what I'm thinking is so this library right here, I want to know if this library is shared with everybody who's connected to the faction, or is it individual? Because you could actually have a shitload of fun. Ooh, you could actually have a shitload of fun if you could share blueprints or if you could share behaviors. Then you could all work together to make the automated system and just move stuff around and pass stuff around, and then everybody has access. And so you're all kind of like working on all these scripts and stuff. That could be fun. Ooh. Okay. Well, I need to check that. Because even if we were just doing it in the demo, this is the demo version of the game. Um, when I get a disbursement next month, if I'm still playing it, then I'll buy it. But I'm just playing the demo version right now. But I kind of want to see. Let's see if it's already saved. So we're going to end game. We're going to go back out to the main game here. We're going to go to multiplayer. Join here, Dominic. Okay, well, I'm not Dominic. So there's a problem. I don't think I can talk. Okay. Darn. Um, Maybe we just open Steam on the other computer. The hell is this? Oh, it's Claude. Okay. Yeah. No, I think we're gonna open up Steam on this other computer here, and we're gonna try and host a multiplayer session, and then we're gonna see if I can share. Because if I can share the library, then I'll probably pee myself with excitement. Because then we could all just work together and make all the programs and do all that stuff. And I think that'd be crazy fucking cool. And then, like, together, we could go PvP people with all of our little scripts. God, that'd be fun. Yeah, I think this game is a lot more interesting than I even gave it credit before. Let's see. My Steam doesn't seem to want to be opening. What are you doing? Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. Let's turn off Steam. And then let's restart it. Because sometimes that's what you have to do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, Steam. Please work. Do the thing. Turn on. Porque. I sit, I wonder why, why you left me, oh Sandy. Well, my other computer has just decided that it doesn't want to run Steam today. I don't know why. I thought we were friends, dude. I thought we were friends. Now, apparently it doesn't want to run from the start menu. Oh. Still maybe not. Yeah, okay. So when I clicked the thing on the desktop, it was fine. This fucking game sometimes. Or this fucking computer sometimes. It just wants to be a huge pain in the neck. Okay, so now we need to download the Desynced demo. The other thing I'll wonder is if I host on a demo, so we could leave it open, right? So if I host on a demo version, could I then use regular clients to access all of the non-demo stuff? Or do I need to buy like 2 copies of the game? Because I'm not really interested in doing that. Or if I host, maybe that's it. Maybe if I host on a purchased copy, then everybody else could play with the demo version. And then if they like it and they want to play on their own, they can buy it. But that would give people an opportunity to sort of interact. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to check some shit out, is what I'm saying. Because there's actually some really interesting collaborative possibilities here. There is some fun to be had. I wonder if me downloading over here doesn't seem to be having a negative impact on the stream. That's cool. That's really cool. Because we gotta go. Because we gotta go. Oh, yeah. Water so tasty. Okay, well, it's going to take a little while for that to work out. Um, but we'll see. I really, really hope that this isn't local or that it's part of the shared. You know what I mean? That'd be so cool. I understand how maybe that would be a bad thing. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the security implications of something like that necessarily. So I don't know if maybe it just can't be allowed to be done because you're creating folders and stuff. So I don't know if that's also creating a folder like in my computer. I don't know. I don't know how it works. But we'll get this thing downloaded and then we'll turn this into a hosted session. Or actually, we'll probably host the session on the other computer. And then we'll join it and we'll see if I can paste my created things into that other one. And that'll be really cool. And then we might end up doing the same thing here that we did in Romestead, where we just leave everything up and running. And we see if we can program ourselves a little society that we can just come check out whenever we feel like it. Because that'd be fucking dope. Even if we can't share the programs um, in the game, we could still do it because it's just copy pasting a text. So we could still do it like through a Discord server or something like that, where you could just say what your program is doing and like post it into the Discord. Heck, there's probably a Desynced Discord that has a bunch of programs and shit in it already. I actually might need to go check that out. Um, Speaking of Discord, probably open mine and see if anybody's tried to contact me today. I don't even necessarily open my Discord every day right now. And so sometimes my brother, who I live with, tries to talk to me. And I just don't notice because I forget to turn my Discord on. Because I am a hard person to be friends with. Okay, could you download the game a little faster there, computer? What are you doing to me? Why are you ruining my life? I don't understand. Why? Why do you have to ruin it? This game is running surprisingly well on my computer. I mean, I've got the settings way down. Um, but I honestly didn't think it was going to run this well. I imagine as things start to get more complicated, as more programs and stuff like that start running, that might stop being the case. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. One of the things that I really think is going to be exciting here is I really want to set up like a kill squad. And I want to set them up so that when one of them gets low on health, it comes back to the command center to be dismantled and replaced. And then goes back out to meet the squad again. And then, like, goes places with them. I feel like that'd be super cool. What the hell is this? There's all kinds of stuff like that that I want to be doing, though. You know, get things exploring the whole map and figuring out what's going on. Now that we know we can build arrays and stuff like that, we can set parameters and then we can read those parameters um, from other locations. So here's something I need to check. We've got scout base start here. It calls. No, it loads. What happens if I call? We can load to another. Okay. We can't. Got it. We can't call to another. We can only load. Okay. Nobody's trying to contact me. Let's close Discord. Yeah, so I can load things into parameters. And then we can read those registers, right? It's a get from component remotely. That's not really what we want. Because it's not really a component. It's just a preset parameter. I'm going to figure that out. Because that would give us the ability to transmit like location data and different stuff like that to other creatures and maybe even buildings. So we could go out and we could like find a really good node or something like that. And then we could mark that spot and then tell, you know, somebody else to go do something with that spot. I don't know. We're going to figure it out. Okay, I'm getting the game loaded on the other computer here. So we're going to go ahead and end game here. And then I'm going to start a session on this other computer. I'm going to host a session. And then I'm going to join it. And I'm going to see if I can propagate blueprints and different stuff across. So let's go multiplayer. Let's go post new game. Visibility, we'll put public, but we'll put a password. Okay, and then we hit play. Yes. And then we'll go over to multiplayer here. And we'll see. I wonder how long it takes to propagate, or if I maybe did it wrong. Oh, this is the tutorial. Do I need to, like, untutorialize this thing? Oh, we need to hit start server. Password. Okay. It says the thing's there. Hey, there it is. We've got a password. Alrighty. And now we come in here and we see all the things. Let's go over here and let's look at our options. Want to turn this down as low as possible. Free up our resources as much as we can here. Take our frame rate limit all the way down. That'll definitely help. Because I don't need a high frame rate over here. Okay, so now let's go into the library. And let's create an item. We're going to create a behavior. We're going to go into a new behavior. Whoops, cancel. Oh. Delete. Did that wrong? We need to paste a behavior. So we're going to paste our build base behavior. And then we're going to come over here to the other library. Ooh, it's in there. Okay. That is fucking cool. So the way this works is anything that I paste into this library can be seen by everybody else that is also playing here. So we can absolutely share a world and program together. And my little host server here is eating up like its entire GPU. Okay. Well, I'm probably still in the same position I was in before, where hosting it's not really something I can do, just due to compute resource restrictions. I don't know. Maybe though. Maybe if I minimize it, so it's not, because the problem is that it's rendering things, right? It doesn't need to be rendering because I do have it set as low as it can go. Let's see, server settings. You can kick people from here. Go back to options. Can I just turn the gamma off? No. Well, whatever. It appears to be working. Okay, so here's the thing then. I want to completely automate this entire thing. I want to start from right here. I want to feed like one of these units a single command, and then I want it to just run with it and do everything else programmatically. And then I want it to explore, and I want it to fight, and I want it to do all that stuff. And then I want to get with other people who have done the same thing, and I want to fight them. Because I think that's fucking cool. And I mean, you can have as many as 16 people on here. So we could get like 16 teams worth of people to duke it out in one of these games, which would be absolutely epic. So I think what we do is we just open this bad boy up. And I'm going to have to get on to like the Desynced Discord and see if I can contact some people. But this is definitely what's going down. Because we can share all of this program stuff, and because we can write together, right? Anything that I put in here can be edited by somebody else. We could even set up folders, right? We can create a folder that says needs review. And then we could set up another folder, right? We go back, we create another folder that says production. And then we could have that. Whoops. Go back. Where's my other folder? What is going on? I don't understand. Why isn't this working? We have a folder. It's right here. We can put thing in folder. Oh, so if something's not in the folder, maybe? Can I edit the folder name? Can it be needs review? And then we go back. Okay. Why is there another new folder? Can this be taken out? No, delete. Okay, then we create a folder. And this could be production. Hey, there we go. Now we have two folders. For some reason, you got to put stuff in the folder, which is weird. But now there's something in there. Cool. So we could totally have like a whole review system. We could make blueprints in here, review what they do, you know, save and trigger them somewhere else. We could get a little Discord where we save backups of like all of our production stuff. Like we could get really hectic with it. I don't know how many of y'all are interested in programming, but I think this could be a lot of fun. And so we could come in, we could build all this stuff. We would set up the same hierarchy because you have to uh, repost everything every time you make a new world or join a new world. You have to like repost. Oh, that's another thing I need to find out about, actually. Let's go change our server settings. So in server settings, we currently don't allow faction switching. Let's allow faction switching. Let's do separate verses. And then apply. I wonder if that removes the library. Nope, I still have the library. But maybe that's because... Okay, we're still in the same faction. So what if I switch factions? Can I do that? New faction. Okay. Ooh, nice. So now we're a totally different faction in a totally different area of the map. And then if I go look at the library, ooh, library is empty. So you can't even like use the enemy's stuff. So we switch faction. We go back to Survival Hermito. And then we look at our library. Bam! There's everything again. So we could actually have two factions. And one could be like a test faction. Like we could have a bunch of factions. And we could test stuff on different factions. Ooh, man. Yeah, no, I feel like we could have some real fun here. Some real fun. And honestly, I might be able to just leave this up all the time. So we might be able to do like we did with Roamstead, where we just leave it up 24/7. And then people can come in and work on stuff. We can make different folders for everybody. And we can just make ourselves a little team. build a whole workflow for getting everything set. Why is it trying to tell me all of these things? So we've got something going on with the tutorial here. I need to like close the tutorial because it's actually showing me if I get through one tutorial section on one of the computers, it goes through the tutorial like to the same area on the other computer. It's really jacked up. So I need to like get rid of this tutorial. How do I do that? Okay. I don't know. What do y'all think? Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Is there anybody who's interested in joining an automated PvP team? It'll be months, probably, before we ever actually get to the point where we could fight people. But that'll give us time also to reach out on the Discord and see if maybe, there'd be some other people interested. Honestly, I mean, there only needs to be one other person in the entire world who's interested, and then I'll just fight that person. Like, I don't care. But if we could get, like 3 or 4 teams of 4, like, that'd be crazy cool. And then we could just have whole streams where we're just watching. I mean, I don't even know how long it would take, right? Because it's going to be all automated. And because there's going to be this consistent push-pull of, units fighting each other and dying and having to be rebuilt. I mean, it could take days for a match to get completely done, depending on how aggressive things are, or, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. The whole idea, fucking crazy. We could have scrimmages with ourselves. Yo, this is actually like the coolest fucking thing I've ever played. I'm like, I was just excited to get to do some stuff and learn some programming, but the whole idea of getting a team together and working together to build an automated, completely self-contained, like RTS thing, AI thing, and then trying to fight that against other people's AIs just sounds like the most fun that you can have. I'm honestly super giddy about the whole idea. I really want it to be a thing. I have some IRL friends who might be kind of interested because it's so asynchronous. So this is one of those things that's really cool is everybody doesn't have to be on at the same time, right? It's really asynchronous. Anybody can get on and do work on it anytime they want to. And so, if you have lives like so many people do, you just work on it when you can. I'm pretty excited about it. Um, yeah. Yeah, we're going all the way with this, for sure. For sure, for sure. So I'm gonna leave this server up. Um, and then I'll probably like create a Discord. So specifically, right, this isn't gonna be like a survival hermit community Discord. It is very specifically gonna be a small Discord for up to 16 people who want to build a self-propagating AI for this game and then compete with other people with it. So I'll build a little Discord later tonight and then I'll post it up on this YouTube video. I'll put the link. And then this is what I'll stream every day, is building this and going through what other people have built, which I suppose would give our opponents an edge because they could see our whole build process, but I don't care. Um, yeah. And so the goal will be to get it set up in such a way that all you have to do is give the command center a single program. And from that program, everything runs. Because you can load programs onto other things. So we've got our build program. But instead of just building here, I could take this and I could go get all of the stuff out of here, out of the drop pod, right? And then I could move to each of these individual units and I could load the follow script. And then they would all follow this guy, because as soon as you load a script, um, as soon as you load a script, it starts playing. When you load it from an outside source, like another unit, it starts playing the script. So you could instantly just get these to start following. Okay. So now I need to look at, let's build a blueprint. So this is something that's also going to be important. Not a runner. Change type. Let's make it a worker. So you have the integrated capacitor here, but it doesn't look like you can load, like preload, which is potentially very bad. Ooh, we can keep it connected or not connected. That's cool. We can give it lots of parameters. You can add lots of parameters. Which don't seem to be doing anything. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I wish that you could start it with a script. Probably because it will get created next to a building. We can probably get that building to just instantly feed it a script. But I don't know. So this is if we go in here and we go to component, can we get from component remotely? We do have the integrated behavior controller. Okay, this is cool. So we can get the value from the integrated behavior controller, and we can output that value. So we could take whatever it is that our units are using and then put those on other units, and we can even compare the value from the register to see if it's got nothing or if it's got, a specific behavior in it. So if it has no behavior, then we load it with a behavior, which is cool. Yeah, you can definitely, it's going to take a lot, but you can absolutely create decision trees and stuff like that that will help you expand an empire pretty permanently. And so the thing you're probably going to want to do is you're going to want to make a sort of modular thing where, like, you create a base that's got a good foundation, that's got all the resources you need, that's got all that different stuff. And then you're going to want to multiply that, right? And replicate that in other places. I don't know if you could make like multiple command centers. I don't know if that's possible. But you'll kind of want to propagate that all around. And then each one will be independent. And then maybe even you could feed all that into one central command center and maybe have everything work together in really important times. I don't know. I really, really don't know. But I'm really excited. This is going to be hella cool. And it's super modular. So each one of these scripts is kind of just solving a specific issue. And so not just the scripts, but also the blueprints. And so as you solve all of these individual issues, you then just bring those things together. So working asynchronously is pretty possible. Like, for example, I might want to solve this problem where we mine resources. So I might want to create a program that takes like an engineer or something and finds, what we were doing earlier, where we wanted to find any metal ore that had more than, say, 5,000 ore, and then build a building that mines next to it. And so I could solve that problem completely separate from anybody else, right? It wouldn't matter. And they might even solve the problem in a different way. And so we might have two solutions that we could sort of try out and see what's better. I wonder, this feels like something that should already exist. Like a desync league. Desync game league. Let's see. I feel like it should be a thing. Oh, it's Desynced with an ED. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like that's what's up. Yeah, we're totally doing that. We're creating a desynced AI RTS league. That's happening because it's cool. Because it's cool and I fucking wanna. There's definitely some content creators who make content for this game. Um, they've been making content for this game for 3 years now. The game's been in early access for a really long time, but it just launched into its 1.0. So I think now is definitely the time to set something like this up. Maybe I can get a hold of the developer and see if they want to help out with that at all. I might even change the name of this stream. Let's see. Let's start a play by programming RTS league. Save. Can I change the name here? I don't think I can. No. Okay. Well, starting tomorrow, we'll have a whole new way that we set up like our streams and stuff to promote setting up a league for this game. But we're definitely going to do it. We are. And I want you all on my team. Like, if you have any interest at all of in playing this game, yeah, what's up? Animal Spied? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. So I just started playing this game today, and I don't know anything about programming at all. But the fact that you can program these little dudes to do anything is super cool. And so there's a game out. It's called Screeps Arena, where they do this, right? You program in JavaScript, and then you 1v1 other people. But that's pretty limited. And also, Screeps is, I mean, it's a cool game, but it's really basic to look at. And so this game's got PvE in it. It's got a bunch of other stuff that Screeps Arena doesn't necessarily have. And also doesn't have a persistent monetization strategy. So what I'd like to do is we just found out, so I'm hosting this game right now on another server, and I just found out that the library is cross-populated between anybody who's in the same faction. So we can create a server, right? I can host this game, and then up to 16 people can join my team, and we can work together to program a bunch of different behaviors that will ultimately take our faction from just starting out like this to a self-propagating, exploring, building, expanding system. And so the goal is to set it up to where all you have to do is apply one behavior to the command center, and then from there, everything else is automated. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to set up a league where other people do that same thing, right? And so everybody's going to take different routes. Everybody's going to do slightly different things. They're going to have different behaviors. And then I want to fight those people, because you could have up to 16 teams all fighting in a single server. And I think that'd be super dope. So this is my first stream of this game ever, and I just learned about some of how this works. But I think it's totally doable. And you wouldn't, not everybody needs to be a 16-person team, right? Some people could program solo. Some people could have 2 or 3 people. Some people could have big 16-person teams. You would be limited by the fact that only 16 people can join a server. And so you would only be able to have 16 people at a time working on something. So I guess, honestly, your team could be bigger. But I think putting a limit on it is probably a good idea. But the whole game is super cool. And there's a lot of potential there for the community to kind of get involved and do some stuff. Not only could we PvP each other, but there's also some cool implications for like some speedrunning type stuff. So, the maps are procedurally generated, but I'm fairly certain they're the same size. So you could try and set up bots to do certain things, like put the logistics network down across the entire map the fastest. And so you could like speed run the logistics network, or you could, there's all kinds of stuff. Never seen anything of the game, but you made it seem very interesting. It's a super cool game. So the game can be played without programming, right? It's just a regular RTS structure building kind of a game. And so there's nothing, it's Factorio, right? And so you can just play it like that, and it's pretty cool, and it's pretty good. But the fact that you can also go in here and straight up use a visual scripting language to program behaviors gives it a huge edge on some of those other games. And the fact that you can host sessions and have up to 16 other people in that session really, really invites a competitive aspect to that as well. So I think it'll be fun. Like I said, I'm going to get on the Desynced Discord and chit-chat with some people and see what they think. See if maybe I can get a hold of the developer. Like I said, the game just came out in 1.0, like a month ago, month and a half maybe. So now is the time, right? The game is in a good, stable position. You've got the documentation on a lot of these things isn't great, but it's better, right? You just pull them out here and you can read some stuff about them. So I think that even, I don't have any programming background, and even I'm able to kind of figure some stuff out. So it might take some time. It might be pretty difficult, but I think we could probably do it and probably have a hell of a good time at it. I don't know. What do y'all think? I have a bad habit of getting up there in the clouds a little bit. I don't I don't really live on planet Earth. So sometimes y'all gotta reality check me. I mean, we also don't necessarily have to 100% automate things either. We could just have, PvP and, you can play manual if you want to, or you can play hybrid where you automate some things and you don't automate other things, or you could play completely automated, or you could manual when you're awake and then you could set everything up into sort of an automated mode that defends and like gathers resources and stuff like that. And then you could come back on when you wake up, or you could trade with somebody else, right? There could be two of you on a team, and you could log into like different time zones or something and play manual with some automation inside of there. I mean, there's all kinds of shit that could happen. Because I think these would be multi-day battles. I don't think. I mean, the maps are pretty huge. Gonna download the demo. You're selling the game to me. Nice. Yeah. I mean, even if the whole thing doesn't work out, it's a really good game. And I think it's a lot of fun. I am also currently playing the demo. And you can get access, all of the behavior stuff and all that stuff is all in the demo. So because I'm still super early in the game, I don't have any of the advanced tech, and I'm not really worried about the advanced tech yet. I'm just kind of working with the demo right now so I don't overwhelm myself. And then once I get to a point where I need some of the more advanced stuff that maybe I can't get in the demo, then I'll go ahead and grab the game up. But yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be super cool. I am I mean, obviously, like I'm kind of stuck because there's not anything I can do about trying to actually set up the league right now other than be here to tell people what the intention is. Um because I just thought of it. And so there's nobody else involved. But I think I'm going to leave this multiplayer server up. It doesn't seem to be bogging down my laptop too much. So I think we can just kind of leave it running. It's much better. I'll just see it happen from day one. Yeah, that'll be awesome. Doing stuff like this and getting stuff like this set up is super important because I mean, a game can be cool, but if the community doesn't create fun around that structure, then the game is never going to be as good as it could be, right? So, do you want to join my little team that I'm going to make here, Animal Spide? Or do you want to decide whether or not you want to do that later? Because you are welcome. We got, I mean, we could put at least 16 people in the team. Or we could put up to 16 people in the team. Dip my toes in. Okay. Yeah. Just let me know. I'll do the whole Discord thing tonight. We'll set up a Discord just for the team and just for, saving behaviors and stuff like that. Because you have to save them outside. You can't save them. You can't carry them across sessions. At least, not that I'm aware of. So we'll have to save them to an external location. And we'll do that in a Discord server. And then probably there needs to be a League Discord, which is a little more difficult to set up, I guess. We'll have to see how that goes. We'll have to find out if we even have people who want to participate first. I kind of want to see if I can find some people to talk to. Let's reopen my Discord here and go to the Desynced Discord. Then go see if we can chit chat with some folks. Let's just see. Maybe there's some people over there. To talk to. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. I'm actually pretty surprised. What was I surprised about? No idea what I was surprised about. Okay. I had a thought, and then it just vanished. It just freaking vanished. Let's see. Discussion, looking for group, feedback, bugs, media, streams in YouTube. Sharing is caring. This must be. Behaviors, behavior share, modding. Okay, well, let's go to discussions. Let's go see what's up. Let's see what these folks have to say. Okay. Whoops. I hit the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. And I don't know why. Pressed the wrong button. Um, while I wait to see if anybody's going to write me back on this Discord, I'm going to go use the restroom and get some food. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we back. So I had to go get something to eat. I'm hungry. So thinking about this automation league thing, I'm trying to decide what sort of rules and stuff should exist. I considered maybe only allowing, or maybe allowing anybody with any amount of automation to participate. So you could even have like manual players participating. But I think that's wrong. I think you want to automate the whole thing because this game is not the best RTS out there. That's possible. That's for surely possible. I think there are two things that are going to sort of mandate that it has to be um, automated. And I think that's number one, how long the games would likely last. These maps are fairly massive. If we go into the full screen map here and we start zooming out, I mean, you can see the map is just huge. So I don't know exactly how big it is, or maybe it's infinite. I don't even know. I don't think it is. But you've got a lot of ground to cover. And so I think these are going to be multi-day, if not multi-week battles. And I don't think you can do that with a manual player. Right? I think you sort of have to automate that. And so if we're automating, how do we automate? Do we set it up real strict where you're only allowed to give one command? Or maybe you're only allowed to give commands directly to your command center. So, like if I want all these other dudes to do anything, then I can, at any time I want to, manually change the command inside of my command center. But I can't change the commands of any of these others. So I can update commands, right? I can come into the library and I can update any of my behaviors. But if I need to completely swap out a behavior, then I need to do it through my command center and propagate it out. So the command center could be like your entry point, I think. And so if something happened and you like needed to patch in a script, then you'd have to do it through that command center and find a way to propagate it to where it needed to be. I think that'd be cool. But you are right. The game does need to get farther. Because you need to be able to try stuff, right? You need to be able to like give. If it's teams versus teams, maybe the team size is by how well you can code. So like 16 people who have no fucking clue what they're doing, like me, versus like one motherfucker who's a professional or something. That could be fun. Yo, we should get some pros. That'd be super great. Do like a plebs versus pros. Do like 8 teams. Ooh. So you can have lots of factions, and those factions can have different relationships. So you could do, like 8 teams of individual professionals versus like 8 teams, yeah, of, 16 people who have no fucking clue what they're doing. That'd be cool. I love it. I love it. That's a great idea. How can we look at the faction relationships here? Is there any way to look at or change faction relationships? Let's go into the library. Let's look at a behavior and let's see if there's a faction behavior. Faction item amount. Wait, what? Counts the number of the past item in your logistics network. Wow. Execution path with none of this item exists in your faction. That's interesting. That could be a cool win condition. Because I don't know what all the resources are, because I haven't gotten that far in the game. But there might be a resource that is finite on the map. And when buildings are destroyed, they drop their resources. So there might be something in there where finding a certain amount of a limited resource could be a win condition. And we could keep track of that with a super easy program. That's super exciting. I really need to know, though, how do you change faction relationships? Let's see if the server settings hold any insights. You can only do shared co-op or separate versus. And there's nothing in here that allows me to change faction settings. I'd like to maybe find the other faction on the map, because there is another faction, right? There's my Survival Hermit faction. Let's see, we're at -30, 110 here. And then if I switch back, this one is at 1320. So that's actually not that far. So let's see. $13.20. So we need to go this way. Let's see. Let's get all this stuff. Boop, 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 boop. Let's grab all my duders. So we're going this way. Nope, that's a bigger negative number. Is up bigger, or is it this way? No, so we need to go this way. Let's see if I can go find this other group here. My little scout just fucking cruising. Ooh, that's interesting. I wonder if the blight will block us off. Like we're kind of in this little Eden here until we get out of the blight. Or until we, like, advance far enough. No, it doesn't look like it. Well, maybe. Nope, there's a drop pod. There we are. We were actually super close to each other. That's crazy. Okay, so now I can see this other faction. Sorry, I bumped my head again. I keep doing that. Oh my god, there I go again. So if I click this faction, is there anything I can do to them? Nope. Oh, holy shit. I've never even seen this before. Well, I've got a list of all my items. Oh, wow. Ooh, here we go. Faction. So the bugs are enemies. We can change that manually. Okay, we can make them allies. Right now, the other is... Oh, this is cool. So they're enemies to me, but I can set them up as allies to myself. But that doesn't change their opinion of me. Interesting. Ooh, I can invite people to an alliance. Hey. So we got invited to an alliance. So we can have multiple teams against each other. Accept alliance invite. Nice. So now we're in an alliance together. We can change our faction name. We can change our color. So we could be all the way yellow. Manage faction registers. Add a faction register. What the fuck is this? A radio band. So we'll set it up. Oh my god, I'm learning so many things. What does this register even do? I don't understand. Can I change faction registers in the behaviors? Oh my god, dude. What is going on in my life? This game is so good. Replace destroyed buildings with paused construction sites. Okay. What is a faction register? I don't. I'm gonna have to look that up because I have no fucking clue what that does. None. None whatsoever. Let's see. Desynced faction registers. Faction registers and desynced are global parameters managed via the control center and used in the behavior editor to store data across the entire player faction. They allow for unified logic, such as updating a shared value that triggers reactions via parameter radio events across multiple units simultaneously, enabling efficient, high-level automation. Okay, that's cool. So what it's asking, or what it's talking about here, is we can set up, the command center is in charge of these faction registers. And so we can set up a radio band that has something here. And then we can update Let's go create a new behavior. Let's go here. Let's go okay. So you've got radio events. So you can pick a band. We had yellow. So yellow would be our band, our band. And then I think it's yellow 1. And then whatever signal comes in, this triggers the event. And then you can also read the value. Oh, so there's the faction register. So can we actually change this? Why is the faction register on that one? Okay, so we just have a faction register value now. And it just spits out a result. Okay, I'm going to have to dig way deeper into this, but this seems incredible, if I'm being honest. I can read these registers, but I don't know. I don't know how to. Oh, you know what? It's set, maybe? Ooh. We can do a link. Ooh. We can do a link from faction registers to like components. So if I wanted to, I could have a mining tool that was set to a faction register, and then I could read what resource I have the least of, and then I could send all of my miners to go gather that. That's interesting. Holy shit. Compare register. Can I pick? Oh yeah, I can compare. Sorry. I can separate. Build register. Okay, so how do I update those faction registers? It's got to be like a component or something, right? So let's look at our command center. Does the command center have... can I deploy right here? Does the command center have... somewhere where it reads these registers? Or somewhere where these registers exist? Because I know they're in the faction thing here. God damn it. I keep bumping my head. Because I'm sitting up and my mic is at an awkward angle. Okay. Mine. Let's name it. And let's give it a current value of crystal. And then let's go look at it. So if we go in here and we look at the behavior, and we go in here, now we have mine. Okay, so that's the register name. Okay. So can we... combine register, build register, get register. Can we do math on a register? Like, can we add? Yes, we can. So we could add 1 to that register value. So the big deal here okay, well that reads it out. But then that doesn't change it. Right? We bring in the value, but that's not kicking the value back out. That's just bringing the value in. There has to be a way. Let's see. Unlike unit-specific registers, these act as global variables accessible by any unit equipped with a behavior controller. Faction registers can be used with parameter event and radio event to trigger behavior changes when a value changes. When loading a behavior that uses a faction register into a controller, missing registers are created automatically. Triggering, not understanding. How to update global parameters. Maybe it's a parameter that I need to punch in here. No, that's just parameter event. How do I change the value on this register? It's got to be in the math, right? A set number. There we go. That's set number. What other sets do I have? Set link, set logistics, set to component remotely, set research, set to component. Okay, I can use so this sort of operates as a global component then. Because it looks like I can set this crystal to that value, I think. And then I could also do the same thing here. I could choose a number value and I could set it to that global. And then I could also pull it, do math on it, and then set the result. Okay. That is hella cool. So the reason that that's so interesting is it gives you the ability to send out information to all of your units. And when you send that information out, you can get your entire system working on one thing. You could like, damn, That's honestly kind of crazy. The more I learn about this game, the more I'm just overwhelmed by the whole thing. I think that honestly, I like this concept even more than I like the idea of screeps or something like that, where you're operating inside of an existing language like JavaScript, and instead you're having to kind of use um this like custom built scripting visual language. Um, I think it creates a fun challenge and is super cool. But we are for sure. I mean, I'm all the way in. This is crazy. I want to play this game. I want to be done and I want to be fighting other people. Which unfortunately, especially if I end up doing it by myself, is going to take months. So, ew. But I really, really want to play against other people. What's crazy is you could run these things synchronously too, because you only need one player to have the server open, and everybody else just needs to come in and load up all their shit and then trigger it and then leave. And the whole thing will keep running. So I could even fight multiple people at a time with my automation build, right? And I mean, it would take 15 or 20 minutes probably to copy paste all the different behaviors and all that stuff in. Um, and that would be kind of insane. Maybe you could set up like an auto hotkey or something like that to copy paste all of your shit. Um, but yeah, I mean, you get it all set up and then you leave and go join another world and go fight somebody else. And then you go join another world and go fight somebody else. And then you can come back and watch and see what's happening. Yeah. No, I'm fucking stoked. This is gonna be so good. This is gonna be the best. I can't even. I can't fucking even. I gotta build a team. I gotta build a team so bad. I need to go get in the looking for group here. Looking for 15 people who want to help build a fully automated pipeline that goes from start to finish with no input to compete against others doing the same. Yes. Yes. Is it a little difficult? Absolutely. It is, and in fact, going to be massively difficult. But I think, and we can even start out small, right? Um, we could start where it's just an automation to see, to solve a single problem, right? To see who can get to the biggest resource, right? So we've got these resources here that account for a certain amount. Um, but we could really, really quickly just set up a league event where, okay, the goal is to put your base in a location where you have access to the most resources, and then save those values and screenshot it. And you get 5 minutes from the time the server starts or everybody hits play or whatever. And then so you do that, and that's just like step one, right? That's going to be the first step in what everybody sort of wants out of their automation is they want to find the best starting location. And so we'll set that up. And then we could do, okay, now the first person to reach, 1 million stockpiled resources or, some ridiculous ass shit like that. And so then the goal is, you go out, you have to create a pipeline that builds more creatures. And, at what point do you stop building creatures and just save up to 1 million? And at what point, you keep building creatures so that you can be harvesting more? Where's that trade off? So you have to know that value. And so there's lots of logic that goes into that. And then after that, you've got, the next step. And as we build on those steps, then eventually we have complete pipelines that do everything. And then they can start expanding, and then we build PvP pipelines, and then we just throw everything in a server against each other and just go at it. I don't think there's anything cooler than that. And I don't think that there's a game out right now that could facilitate this better than this game. I think this is it. I think this is the nuts. Because you can have so many people competing against each other. And that's super crazy. I also would be curious. Um, there's a modding section on um there's a modding section um in the Discord. So you could even set up mods to track. Ooh, you can set up mods to track progress for certain objectives. Fuck yeah. Yeah. No, this is super cool. This is like the robotics Olympics, dude. You could track enemies. So you could have a bunch of win conditions that could be tracked by a mod. Um, so it could track like number of units killed. It could track resources earned. It could track percentage of the map explored. It could track all kinds of stuff. And then you could have lots of different win conditions. And those actually, I don't think would be terribly difficult mods to write. I think it would probably be. So I was just talking to somebody on the Discord. The tutorial takes you through the steps of repairing the mothership that you like crashed on here. And so that could actually be one of the first league events is to compete to repair the mothership. Yeah. Yeah, this can definitely be done. We're building this league. There's so many nerds out there, right, who want to program and automate and do that stuff. Like, this is, I could see this being like a really good education tool too, right? Like, you could get middle schools and high schools to build little teams with their robotics clubs or their computer science clubs or whatever, and even compete and stuff. That'd be super cool. I'm geeking out, man. This is going to be so much fun. I can't even get over it. This game is such a good platform for this. I might try and get a couple of my buddies that I know in real life to help out. Because I think they'd be interested, if I'm being honest. I definitely think they'd be interested. Especially because, again, it's so asynchronous. Nobody has to be online together. As long as the server is staying up, then everybody can access it anytime they want. So all you have to do is have, oh, you don't even actually have to keep the server up because you just have a Discord where you put everything. I would prefer to keep the server up so that you could test, in the environment where everybody else is testing and you have all your other blueprints. But each team would just need to maintain a server and then go from there. But it seems like I don't know if hosting this or continuing on with the stream is actually going to help promote this idea. So I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Tomorrow, I will be in full swing of recruiting and building and doing all that stuff. And I'm probably going to do some manual things to get, well, maybe not. I don't know. Because the further we get, the more we can work on. But you do have to get up to a certain point first. Um, so, I mean, I guess we might as well just start out with nothing. I'm not going to leave the server running today. I will start a new server tomorrow for the people in the team. And then I will share that information with those people through the Discord. And yeah. And then I'm also going to consider maybe setting up a league Discord as well. Because that seems like fun. So thanks everybody for coming out. Thank you, Spies, for chit-chatting with me a little bit about this league thing. I think you really helped kind of solidify some things for me. So I think this is going to end up being really good and a lot of fun. So, yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their day, and I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.